Well, we're on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Code Section 2-571, HC of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. And this meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2-577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
Mr. David Meadows.
Good morning and happy Earth Day. Mr. David Meadows, present.
Mr. Ryan Jones.
Mr. Ryan Jones, present.
The board currently has 4 members in attendance for the conduct and business, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to take a few moments, before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 4 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. I would also like to apologize to the public for starting late this morning. Our executive committee meeting ran much later this morning than I had anticipated, so I do apologize for starting late. The first case in our calendar this morning is case number 26 PRO 00025 El Canale, license number 83707. Good morning, Ms. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Apologies, Chairman. Did you just call the first case?
Yes, sir. El
Sorry, I'm working with Terry. Good. 1 second. Roger Uhar, Access Elevated. Matt Menora, Access Elevated. And appears to be all, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Can the parties come on camera? Mr. Huar, are you able to come on camera, sir? Are you there, Mr. Huar?
I'm requesting them to unmute.
Thank you, sir.
I'll message them in the chat. Chairman, I'm having no success with Mr. Uhar.
Well, he's there. And I'm trying to figure out what to do.
He rose his hand, so if you can hear me, Mr. Uhar, you could try disconnecting, reconnecting, see if that helps.
joining us this morning is board member Terry Quinn. And so she has joined us this morning. She was having some technical difficulties. So that's why she did not come on with the rest of the board, but she's now here with us. Good morning, Ms. Quinn.
Good morning.
Mr. Huar, can you please unmute and come on camera, sir? So Huar, can you unmute and come on camera, sir? Or if not, you do a call in. So maybe Mr. Oriana, if he is unable to appear on camera, maybe he can call in.
Yeah, that's the call-in information's in the chat.
So Mr. Huar, you can call in if you're having issues connecting, sir. You can call in.
Looks like he dropped off.
Okay. So look to see if there's a call-in needs to be elevated, please.
Will do. I'm elevating this call-in number just in case.
Mr. Or if this is your
Hello?
if you're is this
Hello?
Mr. Or?
Yes, I'm sorry,
Yes.
folks.
Hold on. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, just hold on 1 minute, please. Yes.
There- Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Menora. Can you please identify yourself for the record by spelling and state your
Sure.
name?
My name is Matthew Menorah from the law firm of Malleus O'Brien and Sandground, and we're ABC licensed counsel for Il Canale.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Huar, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Sure. My first name is Roger, Roger, and my last name is Uhar, Uhar.
Good morning, sir, and you're the protestant. Okay. They're a prop. I'm sorry, the other. A budding property
Well,
owner. Yeah.
I'm a property owner. I'm protesting with my brother. Is he on the line?
You're the only one. If he does not have to be here, but I don't see him on the line. Is that I'm sorry, is Mr. John are you here, sir?
And to
Yes.
unmute,
I'm here.
So can you spell and state your name for the record, sir?
JOHN UHAR, John Uhar.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All right. This is a protest hearing, and for this particular case, this case 26 PRO 00025, this is a substantial change. It's streetery. So this is the only issue we'll be talking about the streetery. Mr. Menora, do you have any preliminary matters you need to bring to the attention of the board?
None today, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Uar, either you, Mr. John, or Mr. Roger, do you have any preliminary matters you want to bring to the attention of the board regarding the substantial change protest hearing, which is the streetery?
Yes, sir. This is John Uhar. I'll start. The protest status hearing is a proceeding held by the board at which parties may address any unresolved legal issues from the roll call hearing. And the big unresolved issue from the roll call hearing is that a streetery is not permitted in a loading zone. And it states it actually in the permit. And the second thing is we can also find out about if the motions or pleadings previously filed by the board. And I've got two unresolved complaints that I brought to your attention again today about the false statements in the streetery application. And as I pointed out in an email to the board this morning, courts must presume that a legislature says in a statute what it means and means in a statute what it says there. That's Connecticut National Bank versus Germain. And if a streetery is not permitted on an application, why is he here? And the second thing is, all the other falsities in the application that were part of complaints, unanswered complaints from 3/9/26 and 3/16/26, the evidence presented was evidence as a reasonable mind might accept as adequate to support a conclusion. And that's from your Tiger Wick versus ABCA board. So I don't know why we're here, sir.
All right, Mr. Uar, the licensee filed
And
an
I copied the attorney general, by the way, because you're not enforcing the law, and you've been dealing with a remand since 2023 that you arbitrarily and capriciously deny to benefit Il Canale and now Flavio, who's under indictment for RICO.
Mr.
I
Uar,
mean, how does Flavio have a license?
Mr.
A
Uar,
streetery. I mean,
Mr. Uar, that is a different case. The case
it
that's in
isn't a
front of us,
different case. And okay, you want to talk about different cases? Why do we have 3 cases now in front of the DC Court of Appeals?
Mr.
You know,
Uar,
you renewed the father while he was under protest. You used the protest thing because you don't want to enforce the complaints because he'd be out of here.
Mr. Uar, Mr. John Uar, the only case
It's
that is
Uhar, Uhar.
Mr. Uhar, Uhar, the only case
Uhar,
that
yes.
Mr. Uhar. If I butcher your name, I apologize, sir. It is not intentional. Mr. Uhar. The only case that's in front of us this morning, is that this licensee is requesting a streetery endorsement. That is
And
all.
that's correct. And the streetery endorsement, a streetery is not allowed in the loading zone. And you all have the evidence, and you are officers of the court, and you must uphold the law. You cannot interpret a statute here. The statute says no streeteries in loading zone, period, full stop. And that's why I requested that the chief law enforcement officer weigh in on this, Brian Schwab, and he's copied in correspondence to you all, which will be part of the record when we have to go to appeal again.
Whether or not an establishment can have a streetery, that is determined by a separate agency.
No. I gave you the evidence, and you're supposed to investigate the evidence. You have never investigated any complaints I've made since 2019.
Whether or not an establishment can have a streetery, this is an endorsement that the ABC board will make a determination. Another
Arbitrarily
agency.
and capriciously.
All right. Mr. Uar, we differ.
You said last time that you didn't know anything about the perjury and you couldn't enforce perjury in a case that I had to just put on hold. You're just trying to wrap me and my brother around the axle so this guy can keep operating an illegal streetery when it's not permitted, prima facie, res ipsa loquitur.
Mr. You're concerned with whether or not a streeter can be in a loading zone. You need to
It
address
says
it.
it on this application, sir. You have the
That-
evidence. You have an obligation. You're
Sir.
officers of the court.
Sir, you need to address this issue with DDOT. Okay, sir?
No, I don't.
DDOT.
No,
DDOT
I
is the
don't. You
one
know
all
why?
that-
I'll tell you why I don't have to do it.
You said
Because the board shall conduct an investigation on its own initiative on the basis of valid complaints to identify violations of this title or regulations issued under this title. You also have the obligation to suspend or revoke licenses and impose civil fines as authorized by this title and regulations issued under this title. And you are to refer evidence of criminal misconduct to the Inspector General of the District of Columbia, the Attorney General for the District of Columbia, or the United States Attorney for the District for investigation and prosecution. That's what you're supposed to do, but you're not doing it.
Are you done, sir?
I think so.
As I stated, sir, all this board does, we will issue we can issue an endorsement, and it is up to the Department of Transportation to determine if this is an appropriate location for a streetery. Okay, sir? I am.
No, sir, because I gave you the evidence today.
All right, sir.
No, let me tell you. No, this is waste, fraud, and abuse to benefit an individual.
Mr.
Hold on. This is waste, fraud, and abuse. DDOT's guidance is that they will not permit streeteries and no parking zones. You both have a no parking entrance zone in front of your restaurants, and we expect DDOT will still allow a streetery here. Yeah, and that's against DC statute. So, okay, I'm done.
This matter is scheduled for protest hearing on June 3rd at 1:30 p.m. I want to remind the parties that the PIP is due 7 days before. And I know the parties are familiar with the process. And so I will see you on June 3rd at 1:30 p.m. Yes, sir.
Question. When do we get the ANC and CAG input on this, or are we to assume that they've approved this moving forward?
Sir, you are the only one who has protested this.
So you're telling me the Citizens Association of Georgetown and the ANC agree with this? That's all I want to know. Yes or no, sir?
You ask a question, sir, and I will give you an answer. If you give me a chance, I will give you the answer, okay? And stop interrupting me, because I do not interrupt you. To the best of my knowledge, the streetery is being protested by an abutting property owner. There is no active protest by no other entity, okay? All right.
So no CAG and no ANC. Just say CAG and ANC.
This matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on June 3rd at 1:30. The parties are required to do their PIP. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Have a great day. The next case on our calendar is case number 25 CMP 00110, Kitchen and Cocktails by Kevin Kelly, DC, license number 123472. This matter is continued to a date to be determined. The next case on our calendar is case number 26 CMP 00001, Tari Trattoria, license number 119120. This case has been canceled and offer in compromise has been offered to the board for its review and approval. The next case in our calendar is the fact-finding hearing for Mirage. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good thing. Yutong Zhu, access elevated, and Hanak Girma, access elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Mr. So, can you spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, sir. Yutong Zhou, YUTONG ZHOU, counsel on behalf of licensee Mirage Inc.
Good morning. And is there a client here this morning?
Yes, Mr. Henok Girma, that's one of the owners of the licensee. He's here with me today.
Mr. Germa, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship?
Good morning. I'm a co-owner of Mirage INC. My name is Henok Girma, HENOK GIRMA. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, sir. All right, this is a fact-finding hearing. I just want to set the record straight. Fact-finding hearings are non-adversarial. The parties are not under oath. The board cannot order a party at a fact-finding hearing to make or take any specific action. Basically, what the board can do at the end of the hearing, it's either take no further action, or if we decide that we need to have further information, then we'll have an adversarial hearing. But this is just we're just gathering information. Now, it is my understanding, sir, that you receive a license on September 12, 2020, on September 12, 2025, and to date, you have not opened, you have not set up in the metric system the regulations pursuant to 22C DCMR 5303.1 requires that a registration for a medical cannabis business shall return to the board if it fails to operate within 120 days after the registration has been issued. Mirage is requesting to place this license in safekeeping and open at another location. And so I need to find out, first and foremost, sir, all right, why is it that we issued a license? You've been sitting on the license because you have not operated, and now you're asking us to approve a safekeeping request because you want to move to another location.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I may answer the question. In the beginning, the process of applying for the license took a bit because the CO took a long time. The building didn't really have a CO, so we had to start from scratch. And towards the end of that, around last September, my client, when the submitted the CO and everything to the board for the issuance of the license, we re-engaged with the landlord to attempt to lease the space nearby. That's now 1278. That will be 1280.
Hold on. You lost me someplace.
Okay.
All right. You're saying that a license was applied for what address and what happened?
1278 5th Street Northeast, DC. That's 20002. So the license is issued for this place, but around the same time, during that period, we have re-engaged the landlord as well, because the landlord happens to own the adjacent property right next to us. That's 1280 5th Street Northeast. And then so my client decided to expand the premises to negotiate with the landlord to take over that space as well. So yes, we're requesting safekeeping for new location, but not necessarily a new location. Is more so that we can expand into the building right next to us. And during this time, that will be a huge financial undertaking. So my client has been in touch with new investors as well to help fund this project. And that's why during this whole time, we only applied for the employee badges. We only applied for the vehicle things for the future. But my client has now opened for business during this time. That's the main reason.
But if your client wants to expand into a larger space, then they would have to apply for a substantial change.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Chair. However, to do so, we will also need to provide the board with the new lease for the new space as well, and we have not yet secured that.
But you apply for a license for one location. You don't, do you have a lease? Is there a lease for 1278 Fifth Street Northeast?
Yes, we do.
Have you provided that lease to the agency?
Yes, we did.
So, but why is it that, why is it that your client, so what work, if any, was done at 1278 Fifth Street Northeast? Since you're, when is it that your client signed a lease for this property?
So we signed this lease sorry for the board's indulgence, if I can check the record. We signed the lease on July 1st, 2024. And to answer the second question, a substantial amount of work has been done in this place because this place did not have a retail certificate of occupancy. So for example, this 1278 and both 1280, neither building had a foundation. So we had to open the front door area, the back door area, some places on the premises to build foundation into the area. And there was no fire safety in place, so we have to build a fire system in place. The stairs were deemed to be too dangerous by the DOB, so we had to redo the entire stairs, and we had to redesign the spaces to conform with the retail front space and storage area regulations. And because there was no drawing for the place, we had to hire architects to redraw the place and get it stamped by the architect and DOB and the surveyor so that we can properly apply for permits for certain demolition and certain constructions. So a substantial amount of work has been done to this place. In fact, my clients have pictures of the place before and after, and we can provide that to the board as well if the board would like to see. This is a drastic difference.
So what information you said you can provide to the board?
Pictures of the place before and after constructions.
So do you guys have a certificate of occupancy for 1278 Fifth Street Northeast?
Yeah, yes, we do, sir.
So how large is this space? Approximately,
The space is around 2,500 square feet.
So how large is the space? So all right, is there a current lease for 1280 Fifth Street Northeast?
No, we're still negotiating that. We're in the due diligence period for that. Because the license we learned at 1278 taught us that when the space doesn't have a certificate of occupancy at all, there will be substantial work done. So we'll have engineers, architects to survey the place, and we have especially the main goal is to demolish the wall on the second floor so we can connect that and attempt to apply for a safe use treatment facility endorsement there. So that part does take time, and we're still doing our due diligence to see how feasible it will be.
All right, but if we were to say, for example, if the board was to give you, was to approve the safekeeping, our current safekeeping schedule, it would be through September 30th.
Mhm.
We're now in March.
So
We're now April. Almost in April. May, June, July, August, that's 5 months. So what's gonna happen in 5 months if the board was to, even if the board was to approve this request, because and I don't know what is it that you're asking from the board. Are you asking for the board for safekeeping? Are you also asking for the board, because in order for you to move into another space, it has to be a substantial change.
Mhm.
That's subject to the protest proceeding, so it has to be placarded.
Yeah.
So we're now talking about, I don't know what the timeline is, and so therefore now I can't even phantom the timeline for that, just our process.
Yeah,
And
no,
what you're saying is that this building is nowhere close to be ready. The second building.
you're right. That part is correct. The building is nowhere to be close to be ready. That's the preliminary conclusion we have reached so far. However, I think the planned timeline for us right now is to um, uh, try to get a lease negotiated, see how long of a rent abatement or free rent period we can get because of the work we'll do. Because we wildly underestimated that for the original space we have. So that's subject to negotiation. And we would like the boards to approve the safekeeping request. So at least in this time period, or say in the next 3 months, we can figure out the lease negotiation and put in the application for substantial change. And during the substantial change, we'll simultaneously begin the process with the Department of Buildings, because there will be quite a bit of construction work being done. So we do not believe that it will be safe to have patients or anybody outside of the business to be on the premises. But however, we'll simultaneously track the substantial change application and the DOB process to try to move along the process rather sooner than later. And during the same time, we can negotiate with the local ANC to get a settlement agreement, because in the beginning, the ANC missed the protest deadline for the original application, so there was no settlement agreement. So I believe that negotiating for a separate settlement agreement will take a little bit of time as well there.
But at what point did your client determine that, okay, I've spent thousands based on what the representation you're making, I've spent thousands of dollars to renovate 1278 Fifth Street. I have a certificate of occupancy. Well, rather than me opening my business, I'm gonna I'm gonna expand into a larger space. And so therefore it's gonna take me I need to negotiate a lease with it. I need to first and foremost negotiate a lease with a landlord.
Mhm.
And then once I negotiate a lease with the landlord, then I need to go start the process of getting this now new space prepared. When were these decisions made? I mean,
It was made around last December. And when we realized that there was no way we could finalize the new lease or do this survey by in time, that's when we put in the safekeeping request.
um So what's your client, what is, tell me what's your client history in this, in the cannabis industry? What
So
is your operating history in this industry?
So for this client, there are two owners, Mr. Guillermo here, and then there's another owner called Mr. An. So frankly, Mr. Guillermo didn't really have any cannabis industry operating experience. He's fairly new. He was a veteran. He decided to join this business around the time in 2023. However, my other client, Mr. An, he has some experience in other states with cannabis, and I mean that's how we can have the funds. So Mr. An has cultivation centers in Oregon, and that's where that's at least half is his focus.
So I'm sorry, who's this other I'm sorry, who's this other person? Can you spell his name for the record?
Yes,
Who's this
it's Zeming An. First name is Zeming, and last name is An.
And you're saying that what's his background in the industry?
So he has a cultivation center and retail operations in Oregon. That are licensed by that state, and he has other partners in that state that are not involved in the DC operation.
And you had mentioned that your client was also, in order to move forward, is that your client would also have to seek additional investors to operate?
Yes. He doesn't necessarily have to, but he would prefer that way.
But I guess that one of the questions that I have is that at least your client, his operational history is very scant in the industry.
For Mr. Guillermo, yes.
Right. A significant amount of funds was spent to renovate, as represented, 1278 Fifth Street. And now it's not like, okay, the business is open and operating and it's very profitable, and let's expand because we believe that we have the customer base and we need to be in a larger space. I mean, I guess my concern is that you have a space, you don't have a lot of operational history, you have a space that you've renovated that could open, that conceivably be operational, but you decide to put this on hold because I want to expand into a larger space. I mean, that doesn't make sense to me. I'm asking why. I mean, that doesn't make sense to me. So explain.
So for Mr. Guillermo, that's true. He doesn't have extensive experience in this space. However, Mr. An has extensive experience in Oregon in terms of retail operations. And for this part, it is in their business. It is in their business judgment that this location, especially how it's laid out, with second floor potential turning into a safe use treatment facility, it will potentially become a flagship in the neighborhood of Union Market. I'm sure, as the board knows, is a big neighborhood. It has quite a bit of residential buildings, is huge luxury rentals. So for that place, and specifically, he believes that spending this money down the line and have essentially come out with a band that would make this space way more famous and viable in DC in terms of Mirage's flagship operation.
I might have some other questions. I'm going to have some other questions. It's an opportunity for the board members to ask questions. I think you have some questions, Mr. Meadows.
Good afternoon, Mr. Zhang. How are you? Good to see you.
Good
I'm a
afternoon,
little
Mr. Meadows.
perplexed also. When you had the permit and you expended your funds to renovate, you had to lay a new concrete floor, is what I understand, and but you failed to open up in that 1276 spot. And then now I'm hearing that you are looking to expand next door. And my understanding is those buildings near Union Market, they were probably built 100 years ago, possibly. And I just can't envision, because they're all single story, that you now are planning to expand a second floor. None of them, to my knowledge, have second floors. So let me ask you, when you did the renovations at 1278, did you also renovate 1280 and lay a new floor over there?
No, we did not, because we didn't have the possession of 1280.
Okay.
We're trying to get possession, and also, so I understand the buildings look from the outside looks like
Yeah.
there are only one floor. However, on the inside, there was already a second floor built out to the space. It's quite tall, and I'm not sure if member Meadows have been to, say, for example, the restaurants nearby. Quite a bit of restaurants nearby also have a second floor space that be turned into rooftop, be turned into additional dining areas, just additional space. So it depends on the specific layouts of a specific address there. Some of them do, some of them do not, even though on the outside it all looks like one story.
Yeah, well, thank you for clarifying that, because just from my observations, and I've only been to one restaurant on that strip, and that's been probably 2 years ago. And so you're looking, Mr. Mr. Ann
Yes.
in Oregon. Is it a 50-50 partnership with these
Yes.
co-owners?
Yes.
Okay. And all right. I'm just curious why you can't move forward with the space that you have a permit for and a legal lease for, and then but you're waiting to expand.
Well, because it's for us, it's really a safety concern there as well, because we constantly would have engineers, architects come to test all the spaces, and that will become a safety concern. So we do not feel very safe to open there. And obviously, after we open, all the visitors and folks will need to have badges when they visit, need to have these logs. That will complicate the process quite a bit. And in terms of the new space, we have taken a look at it. It's pretty much in the same condition that when we started 1278. So that's the main concern there.
Okay, so but the concern isn't financing. You are looking for new investors. Your
So
concern.
we are, so because of this idea and Mr. N's other partners in Oregon, we are interested in this because how we presented it, we truly want this to be a flagship operation in the district, and they expressed that interest, and we do have that talk. However, that's now completely necessary to bring in new investors. Mr. N, Mr. Girma have sufficient funds to realize this plan by themselves. But I mean, why would we say no to additional money?
Understandable. And okay. Well, thank you for answering my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meadows.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Ms. Quinn.
Yeah, I just want to give you an opportunity to help me understand what's going on here, because this doesn't make any kind of sense on first hearing. I'm struggling to comprehend how it has taken this long to get to this point where you're still not open. And rather than open, you want to ask us for permission to hold the license for a period of time when it's, from everything you just said, it's clear you're not going to be able to meet that deadline. So what are we really doing here? This, this just does not make any kind of sense. So
Well,
help me understand.
yeah, so I mean, we need to ask for the safekeeping because the expansion plan will require a substantial amount of work to be done in the space, and like Mr. Anderson said already alluded to, we will need to put in substantial change application, and substantial change application take time as well. I mean, we are trying to track both sides of the application with the DOB and ABCA, so you know, the ANC process can move along with the DOB process. However, it simply takes time for a place that does not have COO and one is not completely safe to receive patients. Does that answer your? I'm sorry, if you can make your question more specific, I think I can.
I think it's not so much that the question isn't more specific, it's that there isn't a good answer. I mean, frankly, you've had what I would think of as a fairly generous amount of time to get this done.
Mhm.
You seem to be saying, oh, well, we made it, we could open, but we decided to pivot.
Right.
And we're pivoting in a direction that takes us back to not even square one, square zero. You don't even have a lease.
Right. It is.
So
However,
I can't connect those dots as to why we would say yes to this. There just isn't a, just
well,
because I decided I want to do
yes.
something different.
I think maybe something we can do here is a fair, say, short time compromise. Say, like, if we cannot provide a lease in 2 months or something, then we have to open and start the operation in this space. And then say down the line we do have the lease, then we'll have this discussion again if possible. And I think that's fair. I mean, and also. On the other hand, I would like to emphasize as well this is something that falls fairly under the business judgment rule. That is Mr. Gierman and Mr. An's business judgment.
Yeah, but are you done, Miss
I'm
Quinn?
done. Yeah, I'm done.
I mean, and that is the same. That's the same question that we have. Is that your client, their experience in this business is limited. It's extremely limited.
Well, one of them is.
Well, I said your client, the person that is with you.
Yeah.
Mr. Girma, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. That we have agreed that his business experience is limited. We've spent all this money. I understand that, okay, I guess you're trying to change this into a safe youth treatment facility. That's what you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
But as I stated before, it's not like you're open and you're asking for substantial change because you want to expand. Is that, oh, by the way, my goal is to do a safe youth treatment facility. I don't have a lease yet for this other location. And so therefore, I was supposed to open with the law said that I'm supposed to open within 120 days. That date has gone. You haven't opened. You allegedly, you have a certificate of occupancy, so you have the build out, so this place could be open tomorrow or whatever. Since you have a certificate of occupancy, there is a potential for this place to open, but you're preventing someone else from opening. You're preventing us. You're also preventing. Hold on. You're also preventing another licensee who might be ready and able to open from opening, and so therefore you have not opened within the statutory timelines. Now you're asking us to give you to put your license in safekeeping. It's the initial safekeeping would be for 6 months. So therefore, if we're to grant it, that would be only through September 30th, 2026. And then you have to come back again, make another request for safekeeping, which could conceivably be until March 31st, 2027.
Mm-hmm.
And it, based on the amount of time it took for you guys to get 1278 in order, and I know to make up for a safe use treatment facility, I mean, that's even more involved in the sense that you have to work with the Department of Health or whoever you have to work with to make sure that the insulation and all of that, it is not apparent that we're probably talking another couple of years before this business can open.
So, Mr. Chair, I first want to point out as to the 120-day deadline matter. We did submit the safekeeping request before that ended. We submitted the safekeeping request on January 20th, 2026, and that's I'll bet it is close to the deadline, but that's why we submitted during that time period. It was right around the corner for the deadline to open. And yes, I agree with you that all of these efforts will take time. However, for safe use treatment facilities as well, that's highly dependent on ANC. And we're not sure if ANC will support it. If ANC doesn't support it, we have to go through protests. Then during that protest, that's when we will determine, okay, should we actually pursue this and do all the things with Department of Health and obtain additional authorization from DOB. So these are, I'm sure the board has experienced quite a bit. The interagency involvement with with not only just a medical cannabis retailer, with the safe use facility is substantial.
But and the regulation specifically states 22C DCMR 5303.1, a registration for a medical cannabis business shall be returned to the board if it fails to operate within 120 days after the registration has been issued. That's what the regulation said. It shall be returned to the board. And so you're asking for it not to be returned to the board, is that I am not going to open the location that a license was granted. I'm also going to apply for substantial change, which you have not done. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
Well, I think maybe because I've watched many hearings for this. Maybe what we can do here is the board can give us a deadline, and then we'll agree to the deadline. We'll be held to the deadline, and then if we cannot fulfill that, well, I guess then we'll have an adversarial hearing.
Yeah, but the issue is that you can sign a lease, and if the ANC doesn't, as you stated, that you lucked out in the sense that the ANC missed the deadline. So that is one of the reasons why the initial license was not protested, because the ANC missed the deadline. So now you're now you're doing a substantial change. It again has to be advertised, and the ANC, I'm not sure if you'll be fortunate enough that the ANC is going to miss the deadline again.
Well,
Right.
Mr. Chair,
So,
I'm sorry.
So I'm saying, so they might protest it, and if you so they might protest a substantial change, and they might come to say you shouldn't even give them a license because this is not appropriate for the neighborhood. Whatever the standard, well, don't quote me on that, but the standard for an ANC to protest, for an ANC to protest a cannabis license, because it's different from alcohol. So let me not state whether, but the ANC can still protest.
Yes.
And so they can protest a substantial change, and the board can determine that we're not going to grant the substantial change. So where would that leave you?
Well, that will leave us back to operating medical cannabis retailer without that endorsement and with only the endorsement we have. And however, on the other hand, well, in a sense, we did lockouts, but from as board knows, I represent quite a few clients in the district, but from my experience, the conversation with ANC is generally positive because my client will need to show up to the ANC meetings to present the idea, to get to know the neighbors, to get to talk to the commissioners about settlement negotiations, and I actually get to know the surroundings even better than from what we do our research in the business sense. So I wouldn't say it's a matter of luck or not. It's a matter of diligence in the end.
So what is it that?
Oh, I'm sorry, Brian. Let me add one more thing as well. Is
Yes,
for the ANC part as well, I'm fairly convinced that if we invite the local ANC members to the premises to visit the second floor and see how it can be set up, I'm fairly convinced that they will see how this is a viable plan, and with the HVAC, with insulation, with the smell control, that because it's fairly large space, that I'm fairly convinced that once they see it, they know it.
But as I stated before, this gives them an opportunity to protest even the issuance of the initial license by saying that this is not an appropriate facility in the location, because since they never got a chance. So now is it that you're asking for substantial change? Because you have to ask for substantial change so they could come and say, okay, we don't think it's appropriate. I don't know.
However, I think when we eventually want to renew the licenses, I'm sure if honestly, I know on the alcohol side that's true. That's when we renew, they will have their input again. So we will face that issue eventually anyway.
Yeah, but you're gonna face that issue on the substantial change.
Yeah.
Okay. You're gonna because it's not, you're asking for safekeeping of the initial license, and then you also have to come back to us, or if you're able to sign a lease if you're able to sign a lease, then you have to come back to us and request a substantial change.
Yes.
And we have to notify the community.
Yes.
And that's subject to protest.
Yes. And subject to more documents and probably one more fact-finding hearing.
And so therefore, since you have not submitted an application as yet, even if the board was to agree to the safekeeping, then you have to come back to us again and request another safekeeping past September 30th.
I would concede that that's probably likely, because
it's not probably likely. It is
highly likely.
If you have not submitted, you have not signed. Okay, so therefore, what you were proposing, I'll give you 2 months to try to get a lease. If we don't get a lease, this is going to happen. But okay, 2 months to sign a lease. Then after 2 months, then you have to file a substantial change application. Once it's filed, then that's subjected to the 45-day protest period. So it's going to be placarded for 45 days.
And in practice, it's more like 70 days.
So we're talking about, okay, so we're now in May. I'm sorry, we're now in April. I guess it'll tell you where my mind is. So we're in April. If the board was to give you 2 months, April, May, June. So you would have to let us know by June whether or not there's a lease. And so yes, you sign a lease in June. Then you have to apply for the substantial change, which is I don't know what it is that once you've provided us all the documents, whatever the documents in the application, then that the agency then needs to decide whether or not you provide the documents and is it ready to be placarded. June, July, August. It needs to be placarded for a 45-day period. August, September. So probably in the middle of the placarding period, this first request for safekeeping would have expired, and then you have to come back again and ask for another 6 months.
Yeah,
And
that is the plan for, to be honest, because we will need to come back to show good cause to see where we're at for the substantial change application is at, and then to see where the DOB process is standing at.
all right, so you had
Can I-
said, yes, Mr. Meadows.
One more question, Mr. Zhu. Your lease that you signed in 2024, how long is that good for?
That one is good for 10 years.
Okay,
If I'm
thank you.
correct. Yeah.
All right. What information can you provide the board? Are you able to provide the board if, as I said before, I can't order you to do anything. So, are you, are you, would you, would you voluntarily provide information to the board regarding whatever work, if, I don't know if you've provided the agency as yet with a copy of the lease that you have for 1278?
Yes, we'll provide the board the lease one more time and pictures to show the work that has been done, and then we can try to hold ourselves to the deadline that if the board agrees, the 2-month deadline for the lease. And if that doesn't happen, well, then to be honest, for us is I need to have one more discussion with my client as well about this.
Do you have a certificate of occupancy for 1278?
Yes, we provided that prior to the issuance.
So when is it that you're able, could you provide all this information to the board? And again, I can't order you to do it. This is if you decide to provide information to the board.
So for the lease and the pictures and the certificate of occupancy, I can provide that, say, by tomorrow. And for the new lease, I say we'll try to do that by say June 24th, if that works. Proxy, or June 22nd.
Any other questions by any of the board members? And I guess I'll ask this: does your client currently have any I didn't ask this question because you had talked about your employee back. What actions, if any, has your client taken towards opening up this? Tell me specifically what has been done. I mean, in the sense of, well, like, is there any metric training? You're hiring employees, but tell me what specific action has your client done regarding?
So we applied for the employee applications for several employees and managers, and all the employees and manager have completed the Green Culture Ad certification training. They all have that certification, and a few of them have completed the metric training. And we also applied for vehicle registration with the board for the delivery endorsement.
How many employees did you anticipate or have you applied for?
I believe 4. Is that correct, Henok? I think 4. Yeah. And 2 vehicles, I believe. Yeah.
What about anyone, has anyone undergone any training in metrics?
I think 2 employees have. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. Henok, do you know?
2 employees.
2 employees? Okay.
Any other questions by any of the board members? Any other representation you want to make, sir, before I close this hearing?
No, Mr. Chair.
I would like to add one more thing. So our plan is to have the biggest in the city, if not one of the biggest, if not the biggest dispensary, like a Starbucks style dispensary. You know, that's our simple idea. That's all I want to add. Thank you.
Thank you for that representation, Mr. Germer. All right. The board will take this matter under advisement. We will, I don't know. We have to figure out what our next step is, but we'll take this matter under advisement and let you know whether or not we'll agree or whether or not we need to have a contested, whether or not we, pursuant to 22C DCMR 5303.1, where it says a registration for medical cannabis business shall be returned to the board if it fails to open within 120 days after registration has been issued. I don't know. We need to. I'm saying in the interim, you said that you can provide the license, the certificate of occupancy, and pictures of the location by tomorrow.
Yeah.
And that you're saying that you believe that you should be able to provide the board with a copy of a lease by June 22nd. I will say I don't know. I don't know where I don't know where I am. But
Okay, I'll at least provide the information that I promised. Just to summarize, is the pictures, the lease, and the certificate of occupancy, correct?
yes,
Okay.
the lease, yeah, and we'll hold on. Yeah, yeah. So we'll take this matter under advisement. What the next step is, okay?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right.
Thank
Thank you for being
Thank
here
you. Thank
today.
you, members. Thank you for
Thank
your
you,
time.
everybody. Appreciate it.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, we're therefore at the end of our morning calendar. And so let me do the agenda items for the morning. And the first agenda we'll do today is a legal agenda, alcohol. On the legal agenda, alcohol, there are 8 licensees. Excuse me, I will review all 8. I'll make some recommendations, and at the end, I'll make a motion that I will ask to be second for the ABC board members to approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair. So the first case is a review of amended settlement agreement. This is for Ambar. This is in case number 25 PRO 00038. The license number is 090240. The recommendation for this one will be approval. Number 2, review of an offer and compromise. This is in case number 26 CMP 00002, which is proper 21 license number 113983. The offer and compromise for proper 21 is there's one charge, failed to file the required quarterly statement. This statutory authority, which is DC Code Section 25-113B2A, a warning will be issued. Number 3, review of an offer and compromise. This is in case number 25 CMP 00112, Epic Restaurant and Lounge, license number 129639. The offer and compromise is as follows. Charge 1, operated outside of approved hours, statutory authority 25-762AB3. There's a fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge 2, provide nude performance without approval, statutory authority section 25-371 and 726B10. There is a fine of $1,000 payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. The recommendation is approval. Number 4, review of second motion for reconsideration. This is Dirty Water in case number 25 CMP 00007. The license number is 125771. Recommendation of denial. Number 5, review of opposition to motion listed above. This is in case number 25 CMP 00007. Dirty Water, license number 125771. In this matter, recommendation that this will be moot. Number 6, review of reply to opposition listed above. This again in case 25 CMP 00007, Dirty Water, license number 125771. Recommendation is that this is moot. And number 7, review of motion for reconsideration. This is in case number 25 PRO 00122, Quartz Bar, which is spelled QRTZ. The license number is 132899. Recommendation denial. And number 8, review of letter from ANC 1B regarding late night operations and amplified sound. This is an FYI to the board. The legal division responded to the ANC by letter dated April 6, 2026. So this number 8 is a recommendation FYI. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation as put forth by the chair for the legal agenda alcohol. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn? Mr. Meadows?
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. So let's now move to legal agenda medical cannabis and then legal agenda medical on the Miss Quinn. You had not voted. Do you want to vote to approve the legal agenda alcohol?
I do. I'm sorry, I lost my connection. I was trying to reconnect my yes,
Okay,
I
so
do. I agree.
All right, so you agree. So the vote on the legal agenda alcohol, it's 5-0. All right. So let's now move to the legal agenda medical cannabis. There are 2 matters on this agenda. Number 1, review of a letter from Clear Sign Labs on accreditation. This is the license number is 127126. This is an FY for the board. Number 2, review of letter from AIHLA Lab on accreditation status. This is for Clear Sign Labs LLC, license number 127126. This is also an FYI for the board. So there's no vote needs to be taken on those two matters because it's just an FYI for the board. So that's so the legal agenda medical cannabis, both items are just an FYI for the board. All right. So now let's move to our alcohol agendas. If I can get my mouse to work. So hold on. All right. Okay. I needed to get to the agenda and the thumb strange with my mouth wasn't responsive. Okay. So let's move to our alcohol licensing agenda. On this first agenda, there are 15 licensees. I'm going to review all 15 and then I'll make some recommendation. And I'll make some recommendations and I'll make a motion that the ABC board members vote to approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair for the alcohol licensing agenda. So number one, review request for a temporary operating retail permit. This is for Chateau Sports Bar and Lounge. License number 135651, recommendation approval. Number two, review application for stipulated licenses letter of ANC support for Summer Garden endorsement application. This is Claudia's Table, license number 123532, recommendation approval. Number three, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Right Proper Brewing Company. This matter, recommendation refer this matter back to licensing. Number four, review application for safekeeping of license. This is Save on Liquors, license number 116481. Recommendation approval through September 30th, 2026. Number five, review application for the off-premises storage permit endorsement to store unopened alcoholic beverage inventory at 1618 Bladensburg Road, Northeast. This is Save on Liquors, license number 116481, recommendation approval. Number six, review application for safekeeping of license. This is Mead Wine and Spirits, Mead Wine and Liquors, license number 086593, recommendation approval through September 30th, 2026. Number seven, review application for a new Class CX multi-purpose facility. This is Levi's at National Geographic. License number 135682, recommendation placard. Number eight, review application for class change from Retailer C Restaurant to Retailer C Tavern. This is for Proper 21, license number 113983, recommendation placard. Number nine, review application for tasting permit endorsement. This is Edgewood International Wine and Spirits, license number 095032, recommendation approval. Number 10, review request to update the premises address to 1895 to 1899 L Street Northwest in accordance with the certificate of occupancy. This is Kayombi, Kiyombi, by Masuka, Masaaki, Uchi, Uchi, Uchino, Uchino. The license number is 132643 and license 132644, recommendation approval. Number 11, review request for a nonprofit corporate auction permit for the United by Park Silent auction to be held online on May 11th through May 20th. and this is for National Parks Consortium Association, license number is 26 auction 00001, recommendation approval. Number 12, review request to remove the carryout and delivery endorsement from the license. This is Tiffany's Bar and Bistro, license number 129463, recommendation approval. Number 13, review request to remove the entertainment endorsement and tasting endorsement from the license. This is for Bow and Ivy Distillers, license number 117692, recommendation approval. Number 14, review request to remove the Brew Pub endorsement from the license. This is for Tundi CLLC, formerly the Ugly Mug, license number 135309, recommendation approval. And number 15, review request to remove the Game of Skill and Sports Wagering endorsements from the license. This is for Grand Central, license number 129638, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation that's put forth by the chair for the alcohol licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quitta second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the alcohol license supplemental agenda. And I apologize, my computer is acting up. Okay. So on the supplemental alcohol licensing agenda, there are 6 licensees. I'll review all 6, and I'll make some recommendations, and then I'll call for a vote by the board members to approve the recommendation as put forth by the chair. So number 1, review request for temporary operator retail permit. This is Urban Garden Brew House, recommend license number 135770, recommendation approval. Number 2, review request for temporary operator retail permit. This is for Bar Khana, license number 135838, recommendation approval. Number 3, review application for stipulated license with letter of ANC support. This is Taste of History, license number 135581, recommendation approval. Number 4, review application for entertainment endorsement with dancing. This is Deset Ethiopian Restaurant, license number 098818, recommendation approval. Number 5, review application for change of hours. This is Deset Ethiopian Restaurant, license number 098818, recommendation approval. Number 6, review request to withdraw the application for an increase in occupancy load. This is for transmission, license number 133331, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation put forth by the chair for the supplemental alcohol license agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the cancellation agenda. The ABC board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. Under current collective license number 117327, licensee requested cancellation. Aikan, Haikan, license number 100621, licensee requesting cancellation. Number 3, Luke's Lobster, license number 108322, licensee request cancellation. Number 4, DC Liquor, license number 120039, licensee requesting cancellation. And number 5, Hotel Arboretum, license number 082836, licensee requested cancellation. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the cancellation of those licenses. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to the cease and desist agenda, Class A licenses. The ABC board will be issuing orders to cease and desist the following license for the reasons outlined below. Tenley Wine and Liquors, license number 078014, licensee did not pay a third-year fee. Bell Wine and Liquors, license number 095984, licensee did not pay the third-year fee. Heights Liquor, license number 118369, licensee did not pay the third-year fee. Number 4, Gordon's Fine Wines of DC, license number 127494, the licensee did not pay the third-year fee. I therefore make a motion, the ABC board issues cease and desist orders for those licenses. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to the published cease and desist agenda for Class C and Class D licenses. This agenda was published for Wednesday, April 22nd. On this agenda, there are 39 establishments who did not pay the second-year annual fee. So without objection, I make a motion that ABC board members vote to issue cease and desist orders to those 39 licensees on the cease and desist agenda, Class C and D licenses. So without objection, is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to the cease and desist agenda caterers license. On this agenda, there are 8 licensees, and so without objection, I make a motion that ABC board issues cease and desist orders for those 8 licensees that are on the published cease and desist agenda caterers licenses for April 22nd, 2026. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to the board's temporary license and one-day substantial docket. On this docket, there are 37 licensees, and I will review all 37 licensees in the record. I will review the name, the class of license that's being requested, the dates, the license number, and the occupancy, and then I'll give some recommendations, and then I'll ask that the board approve the recommendation that's put forth by the chair. So number one is a request from Francis Keller for one-day license class F, baby shower, June 6th. The license number is 137585, 40 attendants, 1 security guard, recommendation approval. Number two, a request from Rose Hardwick, a one-day license class F, fundraising gala. April 29th, license number is 135803, 180 attendees, 4 security guards, recommendation approval. Number three, a request from Ramsey, Ramzi, Osarian, Osseiran, for one-day license class F, a wedding, June 20th, license number is 135809, 150 attendees, 3 security guards, recommendation approval. Number four, a request from Catherine Smithgill, Schmidgall, for one-day license class F, film screening and panel discussion. This is May 7th. The license number is 135852, 80 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number five, a request from Antastia, Anastassia Duran, Derun, for one-day license class F, Ukraine Action Summit, April 22nd. The license number is 135875, 300 attendees, 6 security guards, recommendation approval. Number six, a request from Elliot Howe, one-day license class F, game night, April 30th. License number is 135894, 100 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number seven, a request from Mark Hathaway, one-day license class F, company reunion, April 30th. License number is 135909, 20 attendees, no security guards, recommendation approval. Number eight, Sean Banks, one-day license class F, Frisbee tournament, May 3rd, license number 135910, 1,000 attendees, 20 security guards, recommendation approval. Number nine, another request from Sean Banks, one-day license class F, Frisbee tournament, May 15th, license number is 135911, 1,000 attendees, 20 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 10, another request from Sean Banks, one-day license class F, Frisbee tournament, May 23rd. The license number is 135919, 1,000 attendees, 20 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 11, another one from Sean Banks, one-day license class F, Frisbee tournament, June 5th. License number is 135915, 1,000 attendees, 20 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 12, another request from Sean Banks, one-day license class F, Frisbee tournament, June 13th. License number is 135916, 1,000 attendees, 20 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 13, Sean Banks, again, one-day license class F, Frisbee tournament, July the 11th. License number is 135917, 1,000 attendees, 20 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 14, a request from Valerie Settles, one-day license class G, Wine Festival, April 25th, license number 135766, 2,000 attendees, 40 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 15, request from Torrance Swain, one-day license class G. It's the electronic concert, May 2nd, license number 135786, 2,500 attendees, 50 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 16, a request from Mame, Maame, Boake, Boakye, one-day license class G, workshop with DJ, April 24th to April 25th. License number is 135814, 300 attendees, 6 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 17, another request from Mami Boake for one-day license class G, workshop with DJ, April 23rd, license number 135851, 150 attendees, 3 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 18, a request from Stephen Rogers, Rutgers, Rutgers, for one-day license class G, Pride Music and Dancing, June 19th to June 20th. License number 135866, 200 attendees, 6 security guards, recommendation approval. Another request from Mana, M-A-N-N-A, Berhe, B-E-R-H-E, one-day license class G graduation ceremony, May 24th, license number 1358869, 100 attendees, 2 secure guards, recommendation approval. Number 20, a request from Dylan, D-Y-L-A-N, Craig, one-day license class G, a wedding, April 25th, license number 1358874, 91 attendees, 1 security guard, recommendation approval. Number 21, a request from John Issa, one-day license class G, training and March Madness event, April 23rd to April 26th, license number 1358877, 111 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 22, a request from Patrick D. Batista, one-day license class G, live music, live entertainment, May 1st, license number 13589, 200 attendees, 4 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 23, request from Patrick D. Batista, one-day license class G, live music entertainment, DC Rawhide, May 30th, license number 1358891, 200 attendees, 4 security guard, recommendation approval. Number 24, a request from Kieran Dorothy, K-I-E-R-A-N, last name D-O-H-E-R-T-Y, one-day license class G, wedding, June 6th, license number 1359004, 110 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 25, request from Calvert Woodley Fine Wines and Spirits, one-day substantial change, tasting event, substantial change, use license off premises in Heritage Hall at UDC for tasting. This is May 15th, license number 129692, license number 26SC 00628, recommendation approval. Number 26, the Army and Navy Club, one-day substantial change for reception. Substantial change to use a license off premises on rooftop 12th floor of their building. This is June 3rd, license number 000114. Substantial change license is 26SC 00653, recommendation approval. Number 27, another request from the Army and Navy Club, one-day substantial change or reception. The purpose is to use a license off premises on rooftop the 12th floor of their building. This is July 1st. License number 000114. Substantial change license is 26SC 00652, recommendation approval. Number 28, another request from the Army and Navy Club, one-day substantial change for reception to use the license off premises on rooftop. This is September 2nd, license number 000114, substantial change license 26SC 00655, recommendation approval. Number 29, another request from the Army and Navy Club, one-day substantial change for reception. They want to use their license off premises on the rooftop. This is October 7th, license number 000114. Substantial change license 26SC 00656, recommendation approval. Number 30, Bartaco WAF, one-day substantial change. This is for Cinco de Mayo, May 5th. The license number is 121799. Substantial change license is 26SC 00659, recommendation approval. Number 31, Project DC Events, Pub Crawl. This is June 13th. The license number 105182, substantial change license 26PCE 00011. Recommendation 1,500 participants. Number 32. These matters are retroactive events that the agency is asking for the board's retroactive approval. Number 32, a request from FERAW, F-E-R-A-W. The last name is spelled, it's Mengesha, M-E-N-G-E-S-H-A. This was a one-day license class G. This was for college graduation party. The event was April 18th. The license number is 135765, 120 attendees, 3 security guards, recommendation, retroactive approval. Number 3, a request from John Issa, one-day license class G, train and March Madness event. This was April 16th through April 19th. The license number is 135805. 111 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation retroactive approval. Number 34, a request from Latina, Letena, for 1 day substantial change. Product launch, this is April 17th. This was April 17th. The license number is 104754. Substantial change license is 26SC00659. Recommendation retroactive approval. Number 35, a request from Berry, Broth, and Rudd, 1 day substantial change for tasting. They had requested the substantial change to use the license off premises at 888 17th Street Northwest. The event was April 17th, and the license number is 13142. Substantial change license 26SC00645. Recommendation retroactive approval. Number 36, Claudia's Table, 1 day substantial change, live entertainment and band. The substantial change was to use the license off premises on private property. The event was April 17th to the 19th. The license number is 123532. Substantial change license is 26SC00646. Recommendation retroactive approval. And number 37, Aslin Beer Company, 1 day substantial change celebration. The nature was to have a DJ on premises. The event was April 18th. The license number is 118555. Substantial change license is 26SC00647, and recommendation retroactive board approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair for the board's temporary license and 1 day substantial change docket. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I
Mr.
second
Jones,
the
I
motion.
second the motion.
Mr. Jones and Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. And we move to the board's the alcohol licensing administrative docket. And so without objection, I make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the 31 licenses on the alcohol licensing administrative docket as published for April 22nd. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. And we move to the last agenda item for the day, and it's the medical cannabis licensing agenda. There are 2 licenses on this agenda. Number 1, review standard application for a new retail license with delivery and education tastement endorsement. This is for Lotus Wellness, license number 135555, recommendation placard. And number 2, review of request to transfer conditional standard application from B1 LLC to WEHLP, WEHELP LLC, trade name Lotus Wellness DC, license number 130769, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendations put forth by the chair for the medical cannabis licensing. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. And we are now at the end of our morning agenda and calendar. And so the board will be in recess until 1:30. I ask all board members to return to executive session briefly. Thank you. Good afternoon, we're in the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson, Chairperson of the Board. Joining me this afternoon are 4 other board members, Mr. Silas Grant, Ms. Terry Janine Quinn, Mr. Ryan Jones, and Mr. David Meadows. The board has 5 members in attendance this afternoon, so we do have a quorum to operate. This afternoon, we have 4 cases scheduled on our calendar. I'm going to call some cases out of order, so I apologize. We're going to do the summary suspension hearing first, and then we'll do the fact-finding hearing. But the summary suspension there's an offer in compromise, so I'm hoping that that case will not be long. It should not take too long for us to dispose of that case. Just want to advise the parties is that once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. And then, not only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance in the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. All right, so let us, as I stated before, I'm going to call the cases out of order on our calendar this afternoon. And so the first case I'm going to call is a summary action here in case number 26-251-00012, Kick Axe Throw Social DC license number 133556. Good afternoon, Ms. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good thing. Cameron Mixon, access elevated. Sophia Matus, access elevated. And investigator Kendall Williams, access elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman.
Chairperson, may I also request that Assistant Attorney General Alicia Hogan Miller is lifted?
Thank you. And Mr. Mixon, is your client here?
Karam Uzman is here on behalf of the licensee.
All right, so, okay. I think that's everyone. I think it's elevated. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. And who has first chair in this case? Is that Ms. Hogan Miller or Ms. Meatus?
That's me, Your Honor.
All right. I mean, come on, Mr. Chair. I like the promotion. Thank you very much. Hi, Ms. Meatus. Can you please identify yourself for the record by spelling and stating your name?
Yes, Assistant Attorney General Sophia Mietus, SOPHIA
Good afternoon, ma'am. And who's assisting you this afternoon, ma'am?
Good afternoon, Assistant Attorney General Alicia Hogemiller, ALYCIA HOGEN MILLER on behalf of the government.
Good afternoon. Mr. Mixon, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Cameron Mixon, counsel for the applicant. Cameron, CAMERON, Mixon, MIXON.
And is your client here today, sir? Who's that?
Yes, we have one of the qualified individuals, Karam Uzman.
Mr. Uzman, can you please come online and please identify yourself for the record?
It's Karam Osman, KHURRAM, last name Osman, USMAN.
What's your relationship to this establishment, sir?
I'm the owner, one of the owners.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
All right, this is a summary action matter. This is it's my understanding that well, Ms. Meatus, why don't you tell us what this matter is about?
Yes, on Sunday, April 12th, 2026, MPD officers were near the establishment Throw Social at 1401 Oakey Street Northeast around 12:20 a.m. when they observed a woman with a severe wound on her foot. She was in distress and she was in a very large crowd outside. MPD struggled to get to her to maintain control of the patrons, and they discovered that between 150 and 200 people were queuing outside of Throw Social waiting for an event. They called in additional MPD officers and federal law enforcement officers to assist with ordering the patrons and getting the situation under control. However, a lot of patrons were refusing to leave because they've been waiting in line for a long time and claimed that they had paid between $100 and $1,000 for tickets for an event inside. By 12:50 a.m., the entrance to the establishment was mostly cleared, but the patrons remained on the sidewalk and in the street, which made it difficult for officers and emergency vehicles to reach the scene. And at that time, MPD Lieutenant Chanel Good informed the owner, Mr. Usman, that she is closing the establishment due to public safety concerns. Mr. Usman stated that they had over 400 patrons inside the establishment. So MPD officers then entered the establishment and began directing staff and patrons to leave. Unfortunately, that took over 30 minutes to remove the 400 patrons from the upper floor, as there's only one stairwell. And over the course of that evacuation, several fights broke out. And around 1:17 a.m., patrons from the establishment were observed fighting across the street from Throw Social, and MPD determined that one of the patrons stabbed another patron, and one was arrested. 3 patrons were transported to the hospital. It took until around 1:30 a.m. for the entire scene to be controlled. There were still patrons waiting outside. Our ABCA investigators then appeared at the scene and were told by the ABC manager that there was an event being held that night by a promoter, and they had sold about 600 to 650 tickets for this event. Through this investigation, they determined that there was an event with tickets sold by a promoter. It was advertised to 18 plus, which is a problem because the establishment has agreed in their secure plan already to only serve patrons over 21 after 9 p.m. And there were concerns about whether or not the patrons were being searched upon entrance and if they were being permitted to enter by the promoter or by the ownership. In the end, they determined that the establishment was way over capacity. That second floor where the event was being held can only hold 308 people, which includes staff and entertainment. And at the time, there were approximately 480 people upstairs. So ABCA determined that the establishment presented an imminent danger to the health and welfare of the public and summarily suspended it.
You mean ABCA or the chief of police? The chief of police, and then
Yes.
so the chief
The
of
chief of
police
police initially, yes.
closed it for 96 hours, and then ABCA did what?
Yes.
All right, so the chief of police closed the establishment for 96 hours. ABCA then summarily suspended it, and so the licensee requested a hearing, and so that's why we're here today. All right. Are there any preliminary matters before we move forward?
No, Chairperson.
And none for the licensee.
When I said preliminary matters, it means that
We have an offer in compromise.
that's a preliminary. So when I the key when I said are there preliminary matters for moving forward, then your response is that yes, we have a preliminary matter, and you share what it is. Okay. So are there any preliminary matters that needs to be addressed before we move forward with a full hearing?
Yes, Chairperson. The parties have agreed to an offer in compromise that they agree will prevent similar situations from occurring in the future at Throw Social.
Okay. And so since we're doing this hearing virtually, so someone has to read the preliminary matter, the OIC in the record, and I don't want to do it. So someone has to read it.
Yes, Chairperson, I will read the offer in compromise. It is 9 pages, so everybody will take some time. The OIC terms are as follows. Number 1, security plan. Respondent shall submit an amended security plan incorporating the terms of this agreement to the ABC Board within 7 days of the board's approval of this offer in compromise. Failure to file the amended security plan with the ABC Board shall be a violation of DC Code Section 25-823A6. The security plan shall comply with all applicable requirements under Title 25 of the District of Columbia Code and corresponding regulations, including Chapter 23 of the District of Columbia Municipal Regulations. The security plan shall include the following new terms. A, patrons under 21 years old shall not be admitted to the second floor of the establishment, quote unquote, throw social, after 9:00 p.m. and until close at any time unless they are invited guests of a private event. B, events that are open to the public at Throw Social after 9 p.m. shall not be advertised by the establishment, promoters, or entertainers as open to patrons under 21 years old. C, respondent shall have at least one security personnel for every 50 patrons on the premises at any time. D, it is the sole responsibility of management and security personnel, either staff or contracted by the establishment, to control all methods of ingress and egress to the establishment at any time. After 9:00 p.m., all persons, including but not limited to advanced ticket holders, promoters, event hosts, entertainers, and their guests, must present valid identification and submit to a search by security personnel before entering the establishment. No other persons, including but not limited to promoters, event hosts, entertainers, and security personnel that are contracted by a third party, may admit any persons inside the establishment at any time. E, respondent shall adhere to the occupancy limits per floor as outlined in the property's current certificate of occupancy. No more than 308 persons, including but not limited to patrons, management, staff, security personnel, promoters, entertainers, and their guests, shall occupy or be present on the second floor of the establishment, including the summer garden, at any time, unless the property's certificate of occupancy is amended to increase or decrease that figure. F, it is a responsibility of management and security personnel to monitor the occupancy of the establishment at all times. Security personnel stationed at the front entrance shall keep count of all patrons that have entered and all patrons that have exited beginning at 9:00 p.m. until close. Security personnel shall notify management of the number of patrons admitted every 30 minutes until close. If the number of patrons admitted nears capacity of the floor the patrons are admitted to, as defined by the property's certificate of occupancy, security personnel at the front entrance shall notify management and enforce a one-in, one-out policy until the number of patrons is below capacity. If any manager, staff member, or security personnel inside of the establishment observes that the establishment appears near capacity, they must notify management and contact security personnel at the front entrance to check the number of patrons admitted. G, security personnel shall ensure that patrons enter and exit the establishment in an orderly manner and do not loiter in the vicinity of the establishment. Security personnel shall ensure that patrons waiting to be admitted to the establishment queue in an orderly manner at the front entrance and do not block the public sidewalk or street. H, patrons shall not be permitted to consume alcoholic beverages while waiting to be admitted or upon exiting. If management, staff, or security personnel observe patrons consuming alcoholic beverages in the vicinity of the establishment, they shall instruct the patrons to dispose of the beverages or leave the vicinity. I, security personnel shall wear clothing with the word security in large readable font that is easily visible for easy identification. Security personnel shall not wear masks or clothing that obscures their face with the exception of medical masks. J, the sale of advance tickets shall be capped at no more than 90% of the relevant occupancy limit of the floor that the event shall be held on, as outlined in the property's current certificate of occupancy. K, patrons shall not exit from the rear of the establishment unless the patron is discharged by security personnel following an interaction, ordered to do so by a first responder or law enforcement officer, or evacuating in the event of an emergency. At least 2 security personnel shall accompany any patron that exits from the rear of the establishment and assure that the patron does not loiter in the vicinity of the premises. L, all future staff and security personnel, including contractors, shall be trained by respondent on the matters required by a respondent security plan within 14 days of their first shift. All signed certifications shall be maintained by respondent indefinitely and shall be provided to ABCA within 24 hours of a request. M, within 14 days of the board approving the offer in compromise, respondent shall install and maintain security cameras at all exterior doors of the premises, the elevator at the entrance level, the entire stairwell, and the sidewalk in front of the premises, in addition to previously installed cameras. The field of view of the security cameras at the front entrance of Throw Social shall cover the entire paved area between the doors and Oakey Street Northeast. The field of view of the security cameras at the exterior door of Kickaxe shall cover the entrance and entire patio area. Respondent shall install 2 cameras to monitor the sidewalk where patrons queue to enter the establishment, which shall cover the front, middle, and back of the line. N, respondent shall develop and train all staff on an evacuation plan that includes but is not limited to: number 1, staff must immediately stop the music and turn on the lights. Number 2, at least 2 security personnel shall be stationed at the top and bottom of the front and back stairwells, and remaining security personnel shall proceed to pre-assigned locations to begin facilitating the safe and orderly evacuation of patrons to limit crowding at the exits. O, special police officers. Respondent shall hire at least 1 special police officer that is licensed in the District of Columbia whenever there is a cover charge, a disc jockey, or live entertainment after 9:00 p.m. The SPO shall be hired for at least 4 hours and remain until close. Number 2, the ABC license suspension shall be lifted upon approval of this offer in compromise by the ABC board. Number 3, MPD liaison. Respondent shall meet with the Metropolitan Police Department's 5th District with the contact information provided by ABCA regarding future events and security operations within 14 days of the board's approval of this offer in compromise. Number 4, training. All management, staff, and security, including contractors, shall be trained by respondent on the amended security plan within 14 days of the board's approval of this offer in compromise. Each person shall certify by signature that they've completed the revised security plan training. The board shall order the establishment to submit the signed certifications to ABCA enforcement within 14 days of the board's approval of the offer in compromise. Failure to file the signed certifications to ABCA enforcement shall be a violation of DC Code Section 25823A6. Signed certification shall be maintained by respondent and shall be provided to ABCA within 24 hours of a records request. Number 5, compliance walkthrough. An ABCA investigator shall conduct a walkthrough of the licensed establishment with respondent to ensure compliance with the OIC requirements within 14 days of the board's approval of this offer in compromise. Failure to show compliance with the OIC to ABCA enforcement shall be a violation of DC Code Section 25-823A6. Finally, number 6, fines. Respondent agrees to pay a $1,000 fine for a violation of DC Code Section 25823A6, which shall be deemed a first primary tier violation and notated as such in respondent's investigative history. The fine shall be paid within 30 days, or the alcohol license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. That was the last term.
So the government recommending to the board that if the board accepts this offer in compromise, that the action that the long and short of it is that we should lift the suspension and allow the business to reopen.
Yes, to lift the suspension upon your approval of this OIC, and all of the following terms should be fulfilled within the next 14 days.
And so when would the establishment be allowed to reopen?
Upon this board's approval, which if the board approves of the OIC today would be effective today.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Mixon, you've heard the offer in compromise. This is your client's understanding of the offer in compromise.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. The licensee has reviewed the offer, signed willingly, and is prepared to resume operations.
Is your client aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to a hearing?
That is correct.
Is your client also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise, they're giving up their right to appeal this matter?
That is correct.
Any questions by any board members regarding the offer in compromise? Go ahead, Mr. Meadows.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Mixon or Mr. Usman. I don't really have an issue with the OIC. I do have some questions concerning your idea of a private event. Could you explain to me what you feel is a private event?
Well, why don't you ask Mr. What provision is that of the offer in compromise that you have concerns with?
The concern is with the in the first paragraph, the security plan shall include the following new terms. And so until close time, unless they are invited guests of a private event.
Okay, so that's the concern that
Yes.
Board Member Meadows has.
I believe Mr. Usman could give a good high-level overview of the kind of private event operations they have.
Yeah. So private event is like sometimes we just do the promoters, like they come up if they want to bring any artists, or it could be the college, they want to do something. So those are the private event, pretty much. And it could be some artists coming, they want to come to at our the place. Those are the private event. So
And
they
so
just
that
have to get tickets.
That could be a DJ artist. It could be a singer-songwriter. It could be a visual artist of those nature.
Yes, pretty much. Yes, DJs. Yes.
And so when the incident happened a few weeks back with that promoter, was that a private event?
Yes, it was a promoter event. Yes.
Okay. And you didn't have you didn't do ticket sales. That was that promoter that did the ticket sales. So
Yes, sir.
you did not oversell, the promoter oversold.
We don't. Yeah, we just go by our. Yeah, so we didn't sell anything. It was a promoter.
Okay. So, all right. I thank you for explaining that to me. I still have an issue with that, to allow that private event holder to invite, hi, Ms. Metis, to invite someone younger than 21 up to that second floor. Ms. Metis?
Yes, the establishment and the license actually has a prior offer in compromise, which is technically incorporated into their current security plan that defines private events. And private events here are defined as full buyouts of either or both floors of the licensed establishment by an entity or an individual host. And this is limited to pre-invited guests pursuant to a contract between the licensee and the host, which must be executed more than 24 hours before the event, prepaid by the host, which also specifies a maximum number of guests to be admitted, and that does not include admission to the general public. Further, the prior OIC, which is again part of the security plan, specifies that the respondent shall not allow quote unquote promoters to book private events.
Okay, but you heard the response today.
Well, I guess the bottom line is that Mr. Mixon, is your client of the government on the same, because the government talked about that there's a prior offer and compromise that have a security that define what a private event is. And so does your client have a clear understanding of what a private event is? As Board Member asked, he does have some concerns with that provision. So I guess the question that we're asking, and I think, thank you for Ms. Meatis for providing that clarification, but is your client aware of the prior offer and compromise that specifically identifies what a private event is?
So my understanding, the client is aware, yes, they informed us they were subject to certain provisions provided by a prior certain security plan provisions provided by a prior offer and compromise, and are going to work to implement the procedures in this new offer and compromise in a way that's compatible with the old one.
So I believe that maybe you need to explain to your client the provision that was that that this issue is not repeated, in the sense that because there's an agreement that specifically describes what a private event is, which apparently that's not the way your client just described what he thinks a private event is. And so if there is a written understanding what a private event is, make sure that your client is aware of that written understanding of what a private event is, sir.
If you don't mind. So, what are the words? Can I?
Sir,
Okay.
unless your client, for your own protection, unless your attorney says that you can speak for your own protection, that's why I'm preventing you from speaking, because I'm the attorney and your attorney doesn't know what's going to come out of your mouth. So you need to make sure that he knows what's coming out of your mouth before. So that's why I'm preventing you from saying something, sir, unless your attorney specifically says that you should speak, sir. Okay? For your own protection.
Sure.
All right. If you want, you can call him and have a conversation with him. That's okay. I don't have a problem with that. If you need to speak to him, sir.
Okay, that's fine. I will. I was just asking Cameron, is that private event is like the corporate event is the same meaning, right? That's what I was asking.
We can follow up on how to implement that after the hearing.
All right. Any questions by any other board members? Go ahead, Mr. Grimes.
It seems as if we have a path to describing and defining private event, but are we clear on what invited guest is and how that's defined? Because for me, I'll give you my interpretation. If we're talking about an act that is under 21, like a hot R&B artist or rapper that's on the flyer and being promoted as a person coming, that's an invited guest to me. And that's a lot different than people being invited to be patrons at the event. So I just want to get clarity around how you all are defining invited guest. Is it all patrons that have been invited, or is it a person that is being brought as a headliner or a person that's a promotional tool for the event?
The previous offer and compromise only defines invited guests in the context of a quote unquote private event, which does not include promoters, which would be hosting specific acts or running a concert. And we also outlined examples of what a private event would be in that prior offer and compromise. And that's corporate team building functions, weddings, baby or bridal showers, and reunions. So the type of event that they were having on the night of incident and the type of music, performing arts events that they typically have do not have invited guests because they are not private events. Instead, it's general admission or people who hold tickets.
Thank you for that clarification. No further questions.
Any other questions by any board members?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Quinn.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure who this is directed to, but I do have a concern about whether this is actually right. What we just heard is providing a different definition than the government has, and it's going to make sure that they're aligned. But are we sure that we're comfortable that the client knows precisely what they are agreeing to if we move forward kind of in this moment? Like, do they need a moment to convene separately to make sure that the client has a clear understanding of exactly what he's agreeing to before they pull the trigger?
In my opinion, Ms. Quinn, I believe the client is prepared to, or the respondent rather, is prepared to comply with all provisions of the agreement as defined. They carefully thought about what was being asked of them and are ready to have that ready by the time of their compliance walkthrough.
I guess I hear you, but you're saying they carefully thought about it, but they still show up today with a different definition than the government has. So that's the part that's not quite gelling for me. I'm sure that they're clear that they want to be open.
I mean, specifically with respect to the definition of private event that was provided, that was that was set by the 2024 offer and compromise, predating there, which they understand is incorporated into the security plan they have to abide by now. And I understand that my client misspoke and understands that both agreements have to be followed.
I would also like to note that the current offer and compromise on the table requires that an amended security plan is created and provided to the board. And in creating that amended security plan, instead of incorporating the prior offer and compromise and this new one by reference, maybe the respondent could consider adding them in verbatim to the security plan so that it's all in one document and cohesive for their understanding.
I think that should be appropriate.
Yes, because they're all still in effect as provisions that they have to abide by. There will be the training that will be conducted for the new personnel will incorporate the provisions required by both offers and compromise.
All right. Any other questions? If there are none, I then the offer and compromise was read in the record. It's too long for me to read it back again. The client has agreed to the contents of the offer and compromise. So with that, I make a motion that the offer and compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn. Ms. Quinn. I'll come
Ms.
back.
Quinn, I agree.
Oh.
Ms. Quinn,
Yeah, I heard you. Thank you. Yeah.
Technical issues, but I.
All right. Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree. I want the business to be very successful and safe.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Thank you. But thank the parties for coming up to an offer and compromise, and good luck. And good luck in moving forward. And it's a serious incident, and I hope that it doesn't repeat. That this offer and compromise that's in place, it will prevent a repeat. That's all I can say. All right. Thank you very much. Have a great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have a nice day.
Thank
then.
you.
Thank you.
Mr. Oriana, do we have? All right, let me go back to the calendar, and so let's call the fact finding hearing for Holistic District license number 129436. Please elevate the rights of the parties in this case.
So thing, Kevin Archer, access elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Archer, can you come on camera, please?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, board members.
Mr. Archer, are you the owner or a representative of this
I am
establishment?
I am the owner.
Not, you appear familiar to me. Like I thought you, and not that I know you personally, but I thought that maybe you had represented someone else. That's why I'd asked the question. Sir, please spell and state your name for the record, sir.
Sure, Kevin Archer, Kevin Archer.
Okay, good afternoon, sir. This is a fact-finding hearing. Fact-finding hearings, the parties are not sworn in. At a fact-finding hearing, the board cannot order a party to take any specific action. The party, however, can volunteer to take certain action, and if those actions, whatever action the party volunteers to take, then they are held accountable to those actions. However, the board itself in this type of forum cannot order the party to take any specific action. If the board wants to order a party, then we have to have a different type of hearing where it's more formalistic. So as I stated, we're just gathering information.
Understood.
It's my understanding you've applied for a license. You've gone through you've gone through I guess either you're ready to open and I guess you have passed final inspection. It's my understanding you have a settlement agreement. So
Okay.
all right, so that's impressive. It's always impressive when there's a settlement agreement. It says that there's agreement between this new business and the community. So
Yep.
tell us about as I said before, this is informal. I thought I met you in another capacity representing. That's why
No
I
worries.
asked you. So I apologize. So just tell us
No worries.
about who you are, sir, and your business sense. Just tell us. You introduce yourself to the board.
Sure. Okay, I'm gonna try and make a long story short for you guys. Let's see, I started with my undergrad degree at Syracuse University. I got a bachelor's in health and exercise science from Syracuse University. I then went to GW and got a master's of business administration. After receiving my MBA, I joined my family business. It was a healthcare management company that was started by my mother in 1988. We owned a nursing home here in DC, a home care agency, and a allied health school. At our peak, we had over 800 employees on staff. And so during my time there, we dealt with a number of lawsuits in the nursing home field. So I went back to GW and got my law degree from GW just so that I could kind of speak the language with the attorneys that we were dealing with very frequently. So being in that industry, I've dealt with DC government agencies for over 15 years, Department of Health, DOB, DLCP, Medicaid, Medicare, Department of Healthcare Finance, just to name a few. So I'm familiar with regulated industries, been in that for a number of years. And so in 2018, we sold our business. After we sold the business, I started doing real estate here in the city for a while. I did a number of flips. We currently own a couple rental properties as well. And so, excuse me, oddly enough, just as coincidence would have it, a neighbor of mine that is in business as well came to me and showed me that they were having these opportunities of business in cannabis. And so he thought that would be something that I would be interested in. And so I looked into it. And to be honest with you, it just kind of started to snowball. One of the things I said in the onset was that I really wasn't going to go too far with it if I couldn't find the ideal location. Just, from my experience and time in real estate, everything really just is location, location, location. But as fate would have it, we found what I really consider the jackpot of a location. And so we started the process and began to move forward. And so as I was going through all of this, really what I did is I started to just kind of survey the landscape of retailers in the district. And what I kind of saw is that they didn't really market or appeal to the senior population. And so I kind of saw a space there, if you will, where we could come in and kind of use some of my my background and experience in senior care and my passion for cannabis as well. And so I saw an opportunity there and thought that would be something fun and exciting to get involved with. And so we moved forward with it. It's been going really well. We have set up the shop. As you guys are very familiar, you have to have your lobby space and your shopping area. So you can't see but too much, but I'm actually in the lobby area now. What we've done is made the lobby area feel almost like a spa. So when you come in, we have a nice waterfall feature, recessed fireplace, scent diffuser. So it almost feels like a spa. I've had a number of people walk in and say, "Oh my God, I think I'm here to get a massage." So that's kind of the vibe that we went for in the lobby area to make it feel very warm and welcoming, very zen and tranquil. And then once they are buzzed into the shop, we wrap the walls in this vinyl wall covering. So it feels like you've just walked into a tropical rainforest. So we've got like waterfalls and trees and rocks and real nice design. Again, to try to make it feel very warm and welcoming, very zen and tranquil. And again, that was done intentionally with the idea of trying to curate the space to appeal to not only the senior population, but where we are located is a very heavy LGBTQ population as well, and also a lot of young professionals that are into health, fitness, wellness, and those kind of things. So we really try to create a space that would appeal to those demographics. The other thing that we really want to try to be at the forefront is in education. So we have like an education center wall where there's different pieces of information that you can learn. One of the things I'm extremely proud of that we just put together, excuse me, is what we're calling our Adult Plus. As I've come to learn from my sons, I am now, I guess, part of that senior population that I used to work with. And so I didn't want to kind of use the word senior, so we call it Adult Plus. And so it's just a brochure that we have because that population comes from, back in the day where cannabis was very taboo. And so we're just trying to provide more education about cannabis. So we are really at the finish line as far as I can see it. I've got a staff. We call our staff wellness guides as opposed to bud tenders. We are going to be open 7 days a week, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. We'll have 3 wellness guides on staff Monday through Friday, and then another 3 wellness guides on staff over the weekend. I've been at this, I guess, since maybe like 2020, late 2023. And so I've built a number of relationships with the cultivators and manufacturers in the city. So they're all just waiting for us to come online. So we really are hopefully at the finish line. It's still hard to figure out where that exactly is, but we are anxiously waiting to get our doors open and ready to go.
Now, so let me ask you a question. You said that your passion. So tell me about your what experience. Who's a part of your management team?
Management team is just me, to be honest with you.
All right. So what experience, if any, do you have in cannabis?
As opposed to just being around cannabis personally, none in terms of a business sense of cannabis, but all the wellness guides that I bring on staff all have experience in cannabis in the DC market and some even in the DC medical market.
All right. So who makes legal and management decisions for your business?
That's me.
So tell me a little bit about your business model.
When you say business model, do you mean like when I
Well,
just
I mean,
talking?
like, tell me the intended operation type of products, what are your plans going forward, that type.
Sure. Well, as you know, as well as I, if not better, we are limited to purchasing from the licensed cultivators and manufacturers here in DC. But as I mentioned, our target market is a little bit more of the adult plus, soccer moms, those kind of things. So we will carry flour, but we expect that most of our products will be more edibles, topicals, maybe tinctures, those kind of things, because those seem to be the preferred method of consumption for the population that we're targeting. But we are opening our doors to everybody, and so we'll have a little bit of everything. We'll have flour, we'll have edibles, topicals, vapes, concentrates, anything that's on the menu that's available from the licensed cultivators and manufacturers.
So does the ownership understand that it can only distribute, store, and sell medical products provided by DC licensed cultivation centers and manufacturers?
Certainly, yes.
Does the business have any Schedule I substances in its possession, either on site or at another location?
No, sir.
Does the business have any non-medical cannabis products in its possession, either on site or on another location?
No, sir.
Does the business understand that the presence or distribution of Schedule I or non-medical cannabis products may lead to the closure of the business or the revocation of the license?
Yes, sir.
Any questions by any board members? Mr. Any final comments that you wish to make, Mr. Archer? Mr. Archer?
Maybe just more of a question, if I may. Just trying to figure out what is the next step in terms of when we would be able to receive our license and start our operations. We are anxiously awaiting that.
So let me ask you a question. Have anyone from the agency done a final walkthrough?
Oh yeah, yep. I've had Mr. Peru come by and he's signed off on everything and he's given his blessing.
Is the agency waiting for any documentation from you, sir?
No, sir. And if I may use this opportunity to just give a kudos to Miss Imani Boone and Miss Dee Watkins. They both were very helpful in throughout the process, especially Miss Boone, who was my specialist, who helped throughout the entire process. But no, you guys aren't waiting on anything from us. We are waiting on that approval from you.
Well, if that's all you're waiting for, so at the end of this hearing, the board will instruct the agency on the way forward. It appears that if I don't have a I don't have a concern. It doesn't appear that any of the board members have any concerns. I don't see any reasons why the decision will not be to instruct the agency to move forward in issuing your license so you can open. So that
No,
should
that'd
be
be great. I have a agency that we've hired to do training, so we would love to start that as early as next week.
Well, you will know, sir. So you will know that yeah. I have said before, I don't see any reasons why the board would not sign off on the issuance of your license, but I will talk to my board. We'll talk to the board members and we'll instruct the agency a next step. One of the things I'll say to you, sir, if the board decides to instruct the agency to issue this license, I hope this is the last time that I'll ever see you in this forum, because
Unless you
normally
come by the shop.
without discussing I don't have a card, so I can't come to the shop. Okay, because only as you are aware, you can only only someone with a card can enter the shop. But if the board at some point decides to go back out to visit centers, dispensaries, based on your description, I would definitely will ask that if the board goes back again to do a tour, that we visit, because your description of your facility, it sounds very inviting. So I would be curious what it looks like. So, but
we would love to have you come by. And just as a quick side note for you guys, we did a neighborhood open house, and so we invited all the neighboring businesses in our community to come and check out our space, because we know that there are some stigmas about dispensaries, and so we wanted to really bring them in and kind of see what we have going on, and make them feel just welcomed, and eliminate any concerns that they may have about a dispensary entering the neighborhood. And oddly enough, one of our neighbors is the 3rd District Police Station, which is primarily the main reason why we purchased this location, is because it is directly, as I mentioned, I felt like we kind of hit the jackpot. We're right across the street from the 3rd District Police Station. We built a tremendous relationship with those guys. They've been over here a number of times. They even did a safety briefing for myself and the staff about the U Street corridor. So yeah, we would welcome you with open arms if you get a chance to do a tour and come by and check us out.
As I said before, we are taking a chance by giving you a license to provide medication to the population.
Understood.
And as I stated, I hope that normally when people appear in front of this board, it is never in this type of forum where we have this back and forth where you're asking questions and we can have a conversation. It's usually because you did something wrong, and we're trying to figure out what type of penalty we should assess, or whether or not we should remove your license. I mean, one of the things that I'll say personally, there are 3 of us here on this board who are lawyers, and
Nice.
one of the lessons I took from my one of my criminal law professors. It is so difficult to get a law license, but it's very easy to lose it. And so it's the same analysis that we will work with you to give you a license, but we trust you that you're going to comply with the law and that you're going to do what is right to provide medication to the population, the residents and visitors of District of Columbia. But if you do not comply with the law, this license, this opportunity that we have given to you will be taken from you, and you might have spent a whole lot of money to build this business, but if you don't comply with the law, we will take the license back from you. So I hope that this is the first and the last time I'm going to meet you in this type of forum, sir, unless there's some reason that you want to come to the board and share some great news. But you got the truth.
Understood, and I appreciate the trust, and I will say I hope to never see you again in this capacity. You have my word that I will do everything to ensure that that does not happen.
And this is on YouTube, so we will, if I see you again, sir, I will make sure I have somebody pull the video to say this is what you say. So therefore,
you can hold me to it. You can hold me to it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You will hear from the agency shortly.
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
It's a pleasure. It really is a pleasure. And you've been very forthright in answering the question, and it's a pleasure. So thank you.
I appreciate that.
All right.
Thank you very much.
You have a great day. All right then.
You guys are the same. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right.
Bye-bye.
All right, the next case on our calendar, it's another fact finding hearing for District Wellness Center, license number 127954. Ms. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
Sure thing. Raj Law, access elevated. That is our chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Law, can you come on camera, please, sir?
Good afternoon, gentlemen, board members.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Sure, Raj, last name Lau, R-A-J-L.
All right, good. All right, sir. This is a fact finding hearing. It is mine. This is District Wellness. District Wellness Center is a social equity applicant and apply for medical cannabis retail license. You're on Georgia Avenue. You're open and pass. I guess my understanding you've passed final inspection. My understanding that you're at a different location on Georgia Avenue, but there were some problems with that one, and and that you also have a license pending at another location, 1815 M Street. All right. So tell us, so I said before, it's a fact finding hearing. In these type of hearings, the board cannot order a licensee to take any specific action because this is informal. The witnesses are not sworn in, so therefore nothing that you say here can be held against you. In a sense, because you're not sworn in. The board cannot order you to take any specific action. However, if you volunteer to take certain action, then you have to comply with whatever the agreement that you have made. However, the board cannot order you to take any specific action. So let's start off, sir. Like, just tell us a little bit about you. How do you get in this business? And yeah.
But opportunity came across. I seen the social equity program, and basically seen the opportunity come, and saw it would be lucrative, and wanted to step into it. I come from retail background, clothing stores. Never did medical. Never did anything with marijuana before, as far as retail store. Retail clothing stores, stuff like that. Used car dealerships. I've ran plenty of them. Seen this opportunity came across, and just want to, like I said, take advantage of it and see what I can do and come. Now that it's medically regulated, I think it's great for the community.
All right. So who's a part of your management team?
Just me, my partner Ramesh, and then as far as that's it for now. We will be hiring security, bud tenders, that sort.
So what is your background in the cannabis industry?
Well, I was never part of the I-71, so like I said, this is new to me. I've took the course, the metric class already, so I'm very familiarized with the rules and regulations of it, with the patient cards and stuff like that.
And you said, tell me about your, just give me a little bit more detail about your business background, since you don't have any specific background in cannabis. So just tell me a little bit about your business background, because at the end of the day, this is a business.
Sure. No, well, retail clothing. I've had a lot of since back in 2000. So about 2010-ish, I had ran retail clothing stores. And then I've also had my own used car lot. So went from clothing to cars. So I always had that entrepreneurship of running businesses and stuff like that. So just retail business pretty much all my life.
So who's making legal and management decisions for the business?
I am. I will.
You said you do have a partner. So what is their background, if any, in cannabis?
He's worked in the dispensaries prior. So he's worked, I think, one or two dispensaries and has seen the how it goes and stuff like that, the day-to-day stuff. So he's been kind of going back and forth. And when the opportunity came, like I said, we said, well, get something together, open something up, and do something good for the community.
So what type of products were you planning to sell?
Flour, edibles, concentrates, topicals, whatever has a good retail aspect of what people want. And then definitely keep it, in the District of Columbia, of course. Reached out to a couple cultivators, manufacturers, and get this store supplied up.
All right. Do you understand that you can only distribute, store, and sell medical cannabis products provided by DC licensed cultivation centers and manufacturers?
Yes, sir.
Are you also aware that you can only sell products to a person who has a medical card?
Yes, sir.
Does the business currently have any Schedule I substance in its possession, either on site or at another location?
No, sir.
Does the business have any non-medical cannabis products in its possession, either on site or another location?
No, sir.
Does the business understand that the presence or distribution of Schedule I or non-medical cannabis products may lead to the closure of the business or the revocation of the license?
Yes, sir.
So what is it, what is it that are you, where are you in the business, in the sense that, so when, if the board was, if this board was to say, we approve of your license, when can you operate? When can you open?
I could probably be open within a month, in a couple weeks.
What needs to be done?
Just I guess get the license, and then I can start continuing with the go see the manufacturers and the cultivators and start shopping.
Well,
I have everything already set, kind of just waiting to I guess this is the fact finding, I guess, is new. It's the first time I heard about it, and I think I'm hoping this is the last process and to get to the next level. So
you sure you've not been following we have typically have like finding hearings for establishments who are in your position, in the sense that you're, you've done almost everything that you're supposed to do, but we don't know the board has never met you, and so therefore, just to have a face-to-face with the board, so you can understand, for us to get some information, at least the board to get some information of your history, in a sense of
right,
industry.
right,
Where if we were to approve this license, we're entrusting you, because this is not a recreational market, it's a medical market. So we're
absolutely,
trusting you that we're providing a license, that you're providing medication to the population. And so we need to make sure that you understand this undertaking.
absolutely.
So any questions by any board members? Right. Any final comments you want to make, sir?
No, yes, I'm excited to be part of this. I've been waiting a long time, just trying to come in here and provide, you know, good stuff and good business to the District of Columbia and get these stores opened up hopefully very soon. And
Well,
thank you guys for the opportunity.
as I said, as I typically say to everyone, I hope that this is the first and last time that I meet you in this type of forum, because normally when licensees appear before the board, it is not a relaxed atmosphere like this. It's normally that you have not complied with some aspect of the law. And
Right.
so we are trying to figure out what type of penalty to impose for you on your establishment, because you violated the law. So we're the process is that the board will say to the agency that the license should be issued, and I think that it's not apparent that because there's been not a lot of questions being asked, that the board has questions per se with your approval, with granting issuing the license. So that's just something that we will discuss shortly to make a decision that we in directing the agents to the next step that will occur. So good to have met you, sir.
Absolutely, you guys too. I do appreciate it. I'm ready and very eager to get started. I do thank you guys.
All right. You have a great day. Thank you.
Yes, sir. You too. Thank you.
All right. The next case in a calendar's case is another fact finding here. Here in case number 26-251-00004, Cafe 8, license number 77797. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure. Sam Elif, access elevated. That is all, Chair.
Mr. Ellis, can you come on camera? All right, can you spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Yes, the first name is Elif, last name is Sam, S-A-M.
All right. Who is Sam? All right. So you are Sam Ellis?
Correct.
Okay. I apologize, ma'am.
No problem.
And I see someone else here with you. Who's that?
Yes, he's our Abra manager, Christopher Wright, and he's joining us today because on the event of the day he was there, so he has all the details.
Right. So we were requested to have a fact finding hearing by the chief of police. Apparently on Saturday, January 26th at approximately 1 a.m., a suspect flagged down MPD officer Ibrahim, Ibrahim, Suleiman, Suleiman, after she stated that she was physically assaulted inside your establishment. While seen at the bar, the suspect slapped the first victim inside the cafe. There appeared to be no disturbance. So the long and short of it is that it's a fact-finding hearing. A fact-finding hearing is that we're just gathering facts. At a fact-finding hearing, the board cannot order you to take any specific action. If you want to volunteer to do certain things, you can. If you don't have to. Basically, based on what we gather here today, the board will make a determination whether or not we'll take no further action or whether we believe that an ABCA violation has occurred, and then we would submit this matter to the Office of Attorney General for them to determine if they will have a show cause hearing. So, so that's all we're doing. We're gathering information, and the board then, as I stated before, at the end of this hearing, we will determine whether or not we'll say this is no further action because you did nothing wrong, or we will say we believe that there was an ABCA violation, and then we would refer this matter to the Office of Attorney General, and then they would decide whether or not they want to bring charges against your establishment for violating the law. No one will be. You're not sworn in because this is an informal matter. So you don't have to. I have some questions that I will ask. But it's so. You have any questions that you want to? You have any questions before we start?
Besides, you're okay.
We're just a little confused because we were scheduled at 10:30.
No,
so
you're never scheduled at 10:30. You're scheduled. This hearing has been on the schedule for 1:30. Now, maybe when you got the notice, what is the note? You have the notice in front of you?
Yes, the notice says 1:30, but we received an email yesterday, and I spoken with her too. I think she accidentally mentioned it. She said it was a misunderstanding. On the email, she said you schedule at 10:30. But it's okay. We have been here all day. It's no problem.
Well, I apologize for that, but
no problem.
If you look at our published calendar, the published calendar says that it's scheduled for 1:30. So because in the mornings,
it's okay. It's okay. I was just letting them, we've been here with you all day.
So
we sat through every hearing so far.
Well,
we took lunch with you guys too.
Back too, so it was perfect.
Well, you know what, and maybe I did see something in the chat this morning says Cafe 8 was here, and I probably could have put something in the chat to say you're not scheduled to this afternoon, but I was just so engrossed in the hearing, and I normally don't respond to information in the chat. But
she said she just made a mistake and scheduled us at 10:30 yesterday when it was supposed to be at 1. So
it's okay.
Here nor there.
Well, the notice, let me say this to you. You should always go, well, hopefully that you'll never have this again. But if you receive something in writing, well, the initial notice that you receive, if it says one, unless someone contacts you to say that was an error, you go with whatever. Because if you have a notice saying that the hearing was at 1:30, if it's on my calendar for 1:30, but anyway, I'm glad that you're still here. So
No problem.
just
Want to resolve?
tell us from your perspective. I think you said that. I'm sorry. What's your name, sir?
Mr. Wright, Christopher.
Mr. Wright. So I think I'm bad with names.
Yeah, Elif. Last name is
Miss
Sam.
Miss Sam, Miss
Yes.
Miss Elif Sam. Miss Sam, you said that he was there, so maybe you can tell us what happened. Whoever wants to tell us what happened from your
Yes,
perspective.
he was there on the event, so he can tell us.
Yeah, so the event, well, the day
Not
of that night, lady hit a gentleman, and the friend of the gentleman hit the lady. She came outside and wanted to press charges, but when she told the police that she hit the guy first, then she got arrested.
So tell me,
She was the suspect that played victim.
But she was arrested in the end.
Yeah, she was arrested immediately.
But I think lately she dropped the charges, right? That's
Yeah,
what
the
they
charges were dropped on her.
Yeah, she didn't want to go further, I guess.
all right. So what are the hours of operation of the establishment? What's the hours of operation?
We are closing, well, weekday 12:31.
Yeah.
The weekends 1:30.
And what day of the week was this?
It was Saturday.
That was a Friday night into a Saturday morning. The
And so
24th of January is the actual time. So that's 12:15, 12:30 Saturday morning. But that's coming up Friday night.
So the event occurred. So the incident occurred at what time?
I think it was like 12:30.
Friday night into Saturday morning, 12:30.
So from your perspective,
yes.
What triggered the incident?
What triggered the incident? Well, she had been smoking marijuana outside. So maybe I'm thinking that maybe she was impaired and felt some type of way. It wasn't an argument or anything.
No.
We sent the video over, and you can see it wasn't.
Nothing.
Yeah, it wasn't really an argument that happened.
I think she was just walking in and start slapping. I guess that was it. No alteration, no verbal, nothing.
Do you know if the parties, if they were familiar with each other? Did they know each other?
Well, she is our customer. She comes there all the time. So we know her so long, but we know that she's a smoker as well. So sometimes she's verbally saying things to other customers too before, but never escalated to anything.
Right, never been violent.
No.
But we banned her also.
Yeah.
We let our security team know, as well as the police that are on duty. And we have, what's it called, RDO, person outside every day. They also have her picture and name where she's not allowed to patronize our place again.
Does the establishment have a security plan?
Correct.
Yes.
And does that security plan require, like, you have an incident log?
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
So did you create an incident log for this event?
Yeah, our security team does.
Yes.
Our security team logs everything, every incident. If EMS or police are involved, or even if they remove someone from the establishment, they document everything.
Yeah, sometimes even we do it for ourselves too, in case internally, because you never know later on if anything comes up. You just want to know that what happened that day.
But I'm saying, was this specific incident in your incident log?
Definitely.
It was, I think, right?
Yeah, for security, yes.
Um, so tell me, so there's a slap. What happened? Tell me, like, did she leave or did
Yeah,
your
No,
she
she
just
got put
walks
out.
out.
what
No,
happened?
she just
She got put.
leaves.
No, she got put out. Yeah,
I wasn't there,
security
but
took
I
her
saw on
out.
the camera.
Yeah, took her out the door to outside.
Right.
Yeah,
And then
And did
everybody.
what? And did what? What did security do?
Oh, they put her out and got her to the walkway, and then that's when she went to go get the police officer. The police came back and interviewed everybody. Oh, excuse me.
So, all right. So how many security I'm sorry, how many security personnel were working that
That
day?
night, it should have been, I think, four.
Four, I think.
Four.
And so where were the security officers stationed?
2 on the floor and 2 at the door. And if you see the video, the one, soon as the incident happened, he's right there at the incident and moving her straight to the side door to go outside in the alley into the walkway.
How many security cameras do you have?
32.
Over 32,
I
probably.
think 32.
I think Miss Felicia was the investigator that day. She
Yeah,
went through
Felicia.
everything.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And so you provide her the
Yes,
correct.
she saw everything.
All right.
The crazy part, she tried to play the victim, but it was nothing wild. Like, it was very calm. She was not fighting. She was not doing anything. She just comes and slaps the person. And the other friend of him trying to stop the
offended?
situation yet. And then she walks outside to act like a victim, but she ended up being arrested because she was the one,
The aggressor.
the aggressor. Maybe she was, I don't think she really drinks because I don't see her because we know her before too, but she definitely smokes all the time.
Yeah. She was intoxicated.
Yeah, she comes to grab a
that's what
food
it was.
majority of time. So
All right, so what type of establishment do you have? Cafe 8. What type of establishment is
so
it?
we have drinks and we have food, and we do sell both technically. We have entertainment license too. We have DJs certain days.
Karaoke on a certain night.
So what type of food do you serve?
Middle Eastern and American. See this right here? No, I'm sorry. But yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. This is Izmir.
Yeah, I'm
Istanbul.
from Turkey originally.
I'm from Fort Washington, Maryland. Gorgeous Prince George's.
Okay.
It's not funny.
When I do these hearings, okay, I always have to maintain
Sorry about that.
a demeanor. Okay, so I'm trying to maintain my demeanor. Okay, I'm trying not.
I'm joking. I kid because I love. I'm sorry about that.
No, nothing's wrong with that. I'm just saying, in this role, I need to maintain certain decorum. So I'm not saying you're doing anything wrong. So if I don't respond, I need to maintain a certain when I go off camera, then I can crack up if I need to. But
No
on
problem.
camera, I need to maintain a certain type of decorum.
No problem.
Any questions by any board members? Any comments before I end this hearing? I'm asking you, do you have any comments before
I thought you were talking to the board. I was looking at the board. I'm like, you're looking at me. I'm looking at y'all. I think we're good.
I asked for questions from the board members, and no board members have any questions, and so therefore I'm asking you if you have.
All day. We're on the board too, actually. So I think we're good though. I appreciate you.
All right. Well, as I stated before, the option that the board have is to say that there's no further action, or if we believe that a ABCA violation occurred, we would refer this matter to the Office of Attorney General. But I believe that the board will rule that no, this will be NF, no further action, but NFA. But You will know shortly. All right. Thank you for being here today. I
We appreciate
apologize for the misunderstanding that you've been
No
here all
problem
day.
at all. We
But
had a good time. We had a lunch together. We had
Yeah,
a
we had
breakfast
lunch.
together.
We haven't had lunch in I don't know, God knows how
It
long.
was good.
Yeah.
It was a good day.
Well,
thank
and you know, one of the beauty of these virtual hearings is that you can continue your day while you're waiting. So it's not like if we were meeting in person where you had to be in our office all day, then I wouldn't have a smile on my face. But at least you have the
Oh
option
man,
to, yeah. All right. So
the
thank you for
smile is
being here.
confusing. Don't worry.
Well, thank you for being here today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Have a wonderful day.
All right. Thank you. All right. Take care. And all right, so that's that. The last case on our calendar is a protest hearing, case number 25 PRO 00103 Flash. This hearing has been rescheduled to May 20th at 1:30 p.m. at the request of the parties. And so therefore we're at the end of our calendar for the day and the board's business for the day. And let me close the record. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on April 29th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, licensing agenda for April 29th, as published in the DC Register on April 24th. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it's been seconded. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting pursuant to Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar and ABCA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We are now adjourned for the day. We'd like to thank all board members for their time and attention today, and all the members of the public who participated in our hearings today. Since we're now adjourned for the day, and I'll ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Good afternoon, and thank you.